All right, welcome to some Train Sim Classic once again. As the title suggests, I'm trying to make an effort here, okay? I'm not giving up on TSC. Neither do I want to give up on TSC. But it ain't really making my life easy. So, trying a bit of this, trying a bit of that. It's got today and the few hours that will be live tomorrow to convince me to not take this game off schedule. Whether it will succeed or not remains to be seen. And, you know, to be honest, I mean, if I take it off and replace it with something else, I'm not going to be super fast because at the end of the day, there's a waiting list. There's a hell of a waiting list. Euro Truck Simulator 2, American Truck Simulator, LMU, Motorfest, and that's just the beginning. So, if TSC fails to retain its crown, some may argue it's for the better. Anywho, why is it like specifically UK? Either way, I am going to start off by doing a run. I don't even know which one of these it is in. There's a run, well, in the last TS Classic major update, they added the ability to go all the way to Blackfriars. I think it's this one. Yes, from Swanee-Town and Blackfriars. So you added the ability to go to Blackfriars. However, it's just within the career mode area, it's literally just the one run that I've seen so far that goes to Blackfriars. One 35-minute run. Now, just to ensure I'm not bugging, I'm just checking the rest of these. The ones that I've done already are definitely not Blackfriars services because, hey, hello Sammy, how you doing, mate? Happy Friday, good to see you. Happy New Year as well. I don't think you were on yesterday. Were you on yesterday? I don't remember. Either way, Happy New Year, my man. So yeah, in the career section at least, there's just one service that goes to Blackfriars. In the standard section, there's none. There's not even any services. Just to make sure, I checked the other ones anyway. But yeah, there's nothing at all. So, do I rely on the workshop? And I mean, do I search for Blackfriars and hope that Blackfriars services come up? I don't know. It's not doing anything. I don't know whether this is meant to be things that I'll have to click on them first, or what's the point of this search function? I don't quite understand it. Okay, so cool. I was right. I was hoping so, because it's not great. You would have been there, and I'm like, oh, I don't remember if you were there or not. So like, I got hundreds of viewers as well to confuse people with. So I'm glad I was right. Hello, ASO, how you doing? No new AP content. I mean, I do have somewhere a 377 and I think a 375 as well. It's just a bit of a headache when you don't have a bunch of things to replace what you have in a run with the AP stuff. Nabil touched on it briefly yesterday in chat. It's just a headache. It honestly is just a headache. And I'm okay with not, engaging in it. Hello, Nabil. Hello, Jackson. New UI. I mean, if you're talking about like this around me, well, yeah, that's it. We're done. We're done. It's 2nd of January. The latest you can have a Christmas tree and Christmas decorations, in my opinion, and lights and all of that goody stuff is 2nd of January, because it can start from like, honestly, it can start from anywhere in December. I think it's good to get the party started fairly early on, but then get the party started. Christmas comes, it's all good. Then you got that little awkward period between Christmas and New Year's, and you can still continue the festivities and still be in good spirits. New Year's Eve, New Year's Day is still a time of celebration, but now that's it. We're done. 2026 has now begun properly, so let's save that for December now. Nabil, I know I'm free to switch games. Thank you very much for the reminder, but I'm trying to give it a chance, bro. Like, I don't just want to put it to one side and not have actually properly given it a go, so that when I'm now thinking about coming back to it, if I don't play it anymore, I can say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is like I'm just missing it, but the reality is I tried this, I tried that, I tried this, I tried that, and nothing worked. So I made the right decision to leave it, and I should continue to leave it alone. Today I started streaming before Kada. My guy, 11 a.m. is my time. I don't aim to do before, after anybody. I have my schedule, 11 a.m. I'll start my stream. Mr. Bossman is doing very well, Jackson. Thank you. Mr. Bossman is doing very well. Thank you. How are you? Meanwhile, a city in Spain putting Christmas decorations in July. I mean, I've seen some diabolical things in like supermarkets, for example, where they'll start putting out seasonal things like Easter eggs. I believe Easter eggs made an appearance last month in some supermarkets. It's ridiculous. Like, they're all trying to beat each other, but it's gotten to a point where they're doing too much now. Oh, Jackson, listen, bro, Jackson, be posted. Put your coat on. Yeah, get some warm clothes on, bro. And just be posted outside. Be like a street lamp. Just be there standing, waiting. What am I looking for here? Something to Blackfriars. I mean, if I do custom owned, and then I believe it was this one. The thing is, like, does anyone even care anymore? Maybe if they released this like 15 years ago, there would have been so much that people were doing with it. Anyway, let's give it a go. Class 465, Ashford, from Swanley to London Blackfriars. A service initially starting at Ashford. Let's give it a go. Give it a spin. See if it wins me over. The thing is, even if I enjoy this run, this is the only one of its kind that exists. So what's the point? Like, what's even the point, Good morning, driver. Welcome aboard this Class 4659 Networker. This morning, you will drive the 1 Foxtrot 93 service from just before Swanley for its remaining journey to London Blackfriars today. You will call at Swanley, Bromley South, and Elephant and Castle en route, and there are no expected delays today. To note, you are currently running slightly ahead of time, so you'll be held behind the train at Swanley. Okay, boss man. Say no more. Say no more. I can't mess around with whoops. I can't mess around with like safety systems. I kind of just have what I have, and I should be happy with it. Right, so here's our train for today. 465 Southeastern livery. That's a weird looking sun. F3. Let's get going. First thing we're going to do is get held at a red signal. You love to see it. Oh, you've got live tracking today, Jackson. Yeah. So you don't even need to be like posted out that long. The minute you see him even close, you jump out. I had to do that. I had to do that for a food delivery on like New Year's Day because they were messing around big time, big time. So literally, when I saw the guy even coming close, I was outside, and it was freezing. In supermarkets ago, our Halloween decoration is such as finished. Let's not give us a lot of workers. Let's not give us a lot of work and beeline to Christmas decoration. It gets very ridiculous, man. It gets very, very ridiculous. What train is rail, fan? It's floating. It's floating camera. That's the train. It's the floating camera class 6-7. Yeah, same, Sammy. Maybe I'll watch you know the others at some point, but yeah, same. I didn't expect them to do it that way. The missus was thinking the same as well. I thought they would have done like one episode per couple, basically. But I guess with it being like a season of a series, I guess like I see the vision. I see the vision. I don't actually know whether they'll be released on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. But whenever the next episodes come out, I'll announce it. I'm just happy to finally see them out, you know? It's been so long. And if I'm not mistaken, we were like one of the last couples to be filmed as well. Jackson, I saw the notification for your message, but I didn't open it. Let me check it now. Yeah, thank you, Nabil. I don't even know how you've clocked off the full name of it, but thank you. So what are you saying, Jackson? Is this the spot that you've done? I mean, the pictures look good. I'm not gonna lie. Is this a spot that you've done some research on, and you trust it to do some good quality smash burgers, or would it be a little bit of a gamble? Trying to figure out some of the kit. Interesting. If I'd known beforehand, I mean, I didn't announce that it was gonna happen, but if I'd known beforehand, I would have asked. I guess I still could. I think the missus might have the directors or the producers contact. I mean, the page follows us on Instagram, so I mean, I could also just DM them, I guess, and find out that way. Okay, Jackson. I'll bear that one in mind then. Yeah, I'll bear that one in mind, especially because once I get my page, food page up and running, I'm gonna want to be going to places probably on a weekly basis. And so that could be one of the first few places that I go to. Really? Which one? I mean, when you say Japanese food, be specific. If you're just talking like sushi, I'm a big fan of sushi. I'm a fan of like Japanese noodles. like noodle bowls. And be kind of rich. I mean, give me the name and I'll take a look at the menu and then have a little look. Okay, let me have a quick Google of it. Because if it's somewhere like, you know, nice and fancy, maybe I can take the wife out for a date too. Then it would be worth spending a bit of money, you know? Price per piece sushi is insane. I saw the price and I was like, oh, like that's quite cheap. I'd use like really small portions. And then I saw that it said price per piece. But that's Wagyu anyway. I'm not gonna lie, I've had Wagyu. It was very underwhelming. And it was at a nice place as well. I found it very underwhelming. They gave me the nice presentation with the smoke and ooh. I have the video. But it was underwhelming. Anyway, let me see like for like an actual meal. Okay, the steak prices seem pretty decent. How big is like 200 grams of steak? I don't know what type of Wagyu it was, I'll be honest. But the restaurant was a very nice restaurant, very nice. We went to it on the night that I proposed. So it had to be, you know, fairly fancy, and it was like a Valentine's Day thing as well. So I don't remember exactly what type of Wagyu. I just remember that it was Wagyu. Nabil, we don't know the answers to that yet, boss. We've just started our experiment. Why so negative? I like that yesterday you came with it with a positive vibe, and it made me think that, you know what, maybe you're going to be positive this year. Maybe it's different. But you've given up on your New Year's resolution, man. On the second date. Oh, not for every day, absolutely. No. Not for every day. Otherwise, it loses its like its sweetness, you know? Its cuteness. Buns and flesh. That sounds scary, Sammy. Buns and flesh. I'll have a gander. Oh, it's Japanese as well. Make sure I slow down here. Right, let's see. Let's have a little look at the menu then. I can't tell what the speed limit's gonna be around here. I see a 60, but inside the 60, there's something else. I don't know whether that's like a 20 or something, or just a 40. Okay, I'm pressing view menu and nothing's happening. Why is that? Give the page a little refresh. No, did it? Okay, let me go. Let me go there. There's another menu button. Food. It's not really a great website, to be honest. But anyway, I've got it here. What's yaki? I can't really judge these prices when I don't know what the item is. Right, large plates. That's a bit of me. Ooh, I'm always interested in some brisket. Okay, decent pricing. Decent pricing. Bao buns. I've had a bao bun before, not from like a restaurant though. From like oh, what's that sushi place? It's like a sushi sort of supermarket type of thing. Um, and yeah, I enjoyed it actually. Why is there just like a random new bus asset? There was a pink one as well. I promise you, we don't have buses like these driving around. Hello, Mr. Um, uh, uh, ticket coverer, man. Itsu, yeah, thank you, Sammy. That was the one. I didn't know how to really define it. But yeah, I don't remember what led to it. Because I didn't go out of my way to go and buy it. But yeah. I had it and I liked it. You know what? I'll tell you the thing is about gaucho, yeah? And I guess I should have outgrown maybe the mentality. But there are certain okay, remember I'm a bit young. I'm fairly young. And there are certain restaurants. Gaucho, thank you very much, Volvo Trucker, for the follow. Let me get your alert up. There we go. There are certain restaurants. Gaucho is one of them. Vapiano's is another. Gaucho, Vapiano's. There was a few more, right? That were like ultra fancy. And were absolutely like rinsed by people. And whether it's because of that or not, I don't know. But now it's at a point where when I've spoken to people about these restaurants, I just hear that they're very average. Now, whether they're average based on the hype that they had built, or whether they're average... Because, for example, Vapiano is something that I tried myself. And although it was just once, so maybe it was what I ordered. Maybe it was the branch that I went to. But it was a very poor experience. Very poor experience. So, whereas I was a lot more excited to try out Gaucho 5 years ago. I'm not comparing... No, you understand what I'm saying, Jackson. I'm not comparing the restaurants to each other. I'm saying there was a time when sort of the young culture, the youth culture in London was very big on going to places that were fancy for our age at the time, and it just had this, like you would hear about them in songs, for example, the songs we'd listen to, it would these places. It was sort of like for special events, you'd go to these places. So ultimately, they ended up being like rinsed out because people would be going to them so much. I'm just giving two examples. There was more within that bracket. And then, because people are sort of tired of them, you would then start hearing like negative things about them. Ultimately, I think for me, I would need to go to a place myself to try it for myself and see, what my opinion is of the place. But it would just be something I have in my mind, basically. Three visits, Dan. That's 2 visits too much. If I have a bad experience or a very, very, very mediocre experience in a place, I can't. It would seem foolish to me to go back there and spend more money there, unless somebody recommends something and like dies on that hill, like, bro, you should have had this. This is the thing you should have ordered. If it's not anything like that, then I'm not inclined to give it a second chance, basically. I've seen a few Bodeans around, Sammy. I've never been inclined to go to one though. Neither have I really ever heard of anyone's like opinion on the restaurant as well. They have like, do they tend to have like a neon pig on the window? Am I thinking of the right thing? Aragawa. I've never heard of Aragawa. Let me Google it quick. Okay, place looks proper nice. It also looks very pricey. This would be a place reserved for even anniversary or yeah, £100 plus per person. Bro, the only time I spent £100 plus per person was at the Shard. That would have to be an event place for now. Meat platter for 2. Do they do just like pork meat, Sammy, or do they do like a range of meats? Oh, if the first visit makes you want to go back, then yeah, that's fair as well. The issue for me regarding that is that we have like a list of restaurants. We have 2 actually. We have 2 separate, quite long lists of restaurants to visit. And so far, there's only one place that we've been to that I would actually want to go to again without worrying about it taking another experiences slot, if that makes sense. It was incredible. Portions were amazing. The food quality itself was just crazy. And it was such like a... Like, you wouldn't really expect it. The place was located right by Marble Arch. But when you look at the place, it's so like... You just wouldn't expect that level of quality. All the major meats, I mean, okay. 200-gram steak is £400. That should be the best. I mean, yeah, if you're coming here for like a holiday or just temporarily, you would need to do it properly. You can't come and then have like a mid experience. Talking of how good the bathrooms are, my favorite was, well, the Shard again. You're taking a piss and you just see in London, the entirety of London, from however stupid number many floors up at night. It was a great experience, my best pissing experience to date. 10 out of 10 would recommend. There was another place that I went to as well that had a similar thing, but not as good. But isn't it like super basic, Dan? Why would you test like a restaurant based on like the most basic thing? Like, fair enough, if they can't do that, then there's definitely a problem. There's very clearly a problem. But aren't you in search of like an experience? Something fancy, something to tickle the senses. Yeah, no, Sammy, I do hear that. Like I said, if they can't do that, then there's definitely a problem. But if I'm going out to eat, I'm not going to look for the most basic thing just to like test the restaurant, you know? Like I'm going to be spending money. I've taken time out of my evening or my day to come and visit to this place. I've set time out on my calendar. I wouldn't be doing that for chicken goujon and chips. I guess I do that in a different way because I had like a very big appetite, and I would order decent amount of starters, main course, and I'd go for dessert as well. I get to see a variety of options and judge all of them, and judge their consistency, for example. So I guess that's one way of doing it. Fair enough then. Fair enough. But for me, if I'm going to order something like that basic, I might as well have just stayed at home and made it myself, basically. For me, if I'm going to go out to eat, it's very likely I'm going to have something that I wouldn't normally have at home or cook myself. And that would be the experience I'm looking for. So for me, if you can't provide the experience that I'm looking for, it's always going to be subjective, right? If you can't provide the experience that I'm looking for, that's fit for me, then that's my measure, that's my sort of tell to just not come back, basically. Maybe it's not a bad restaurant, but it just wouldn't be for me. Yeah, I think, yeah, recognition is important. That's like a key aspect of good customer service. And I think I can actually see a timer. I've got like an events thing, so I can see everything that happens so that I don't miss anything. And I think with it, there's a timer for ads. But yeah. I think what I envision is when I reach a certain level of wealth and I go to like high, like I'll have like my go-to like high-end place, right? And then I would expect that recognition because I'd be putting down good money. I'd be a high-value customer. Oh damn, I'm gonna be speeding hard. Don't derail, please. And I'm there often, so like, not even in a rude way, but like, you better recognize me, you know. Well, funnily enough, Dan, the place that I mentioned that I would be more than happy to go to again is technically a cafe. Its name has got calf in it. So, pretty ironic, I guess. Ah, Sammy, it's when you can have that with listen, you you can have it with your local chicken shop, and you can have it with a high end restaurant like I described. They're not the same. They're not the same. And when you see that someone's on a first name basis with a good restaurant, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. So that's why I specifically said like when I get to a certain level of wealth, because yeah, it's there's something about it. There's a particular like sort of like aura about it almost. Yeah. I think after this I'm gonna do the South London lines. I'm gonna do the South London lines. Take you guys on a trip around South. All of yours was a pub. You know, some places are genuinely full of surprises. Like all the high-end places that I've been to, they've all done well. I haven't been to like a disappointing one, but the food hasn't blown my mind. Now, whether that's because it was a high-end place and that was what was expected, or because the food itself actually wasn't mind-blowing, I don't know. But like, I've been to less grand places, and I've just left saying, wow, didn't expect that. Oh snap, this is a red. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please, please. God damn it, I actually wanted to see Elephant and Castle. God damn it, man. Oh. That's very frustrating. Very frustrating. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to do that again. Where's my South London lines? South London network. I believe... this dead capital start pisses me off, man. It's so bad. So bad. When you asked for extra barbecue sauce, they came out and gave you a gravy. Basically gave you gravy. Well, that's got nothing to do with not knowing your customer. That's got everything to do with incompetence. Simon, hello, my friend. Happy New Year, mate. How you been? Right. Oh, I might drive a class 456, you know. I'm pretty sure I had an AP version of this. Oh god damn, how did we get back? How did that happen? How did that even happen? I want to do some 456 runs. Oh, a gravy boat of barbecue sauce. I mean, what's there to complain about? They did you one better. Okay. Got a whole like little cinematic going on. Can I be very honest with you lot? I don't know what year this is meant to be set in. But I'll be honest. I've never seen class 465s. Sorry. No, yeah. So where's my train? 456s. I've never seen them at London Victoria. So I don't know what year this is meant to be set in. What the hell? Right away was crazy. Right away. I mean, for perhaps for that alone, I should have stopped playing this game. Maybe for that alone, bro. That was incredible. That was actually incredible. Right away. That's insane, man. I don't understand. So is there like a time period then where instead of 377s there was 456s? I guess so. I'm good, thank you, Simon. Got a few new TSW add-ons. Nice one. What did you end up picking up, mate? They fit you in no matter how busy they are. That's important. Yeah, that's levels. I won't lie. That's almost like that's borderline VIP treatment. Awarded for driving the class 456 on a gradient of 1 to 30. Because I'm driving this train uphill. I got an achievement. It's an EMU, by the way. It's not a Steam logo. It's not anything too technical. Oh snap! It's not anything too technical. It's just it's an EMU, and I got an achievement for driving it uphill. The 456 got transferred to South. Well, SW2 that's Southwestern trains. A while back, I withdrawn a few years after that. When you say withdrawn a few years after that, what's a few years after that? Because I used to take these trains back in 2016, 17, 2018, in the South London area. But they were Southern services, though. They were Southern services. That was literally why I bought this DLC in the first place, because it was like something I know personally. They particularly ran this service, which is now taken over by the Overground. But Overground trains don't depart Victoria. Come out of Victoria, it's just southeastern. Sorry, southern. Southern, southeastern. And like Gatwick Express. It was drove from Southern to go. Oh, okay. 456 also ran the West Croydon to Albany line before it was Tramlink. And when was that? That must have been some time ago. Free food always wins my heart, Dan. Always. That's a big key to my heart. Like, genuinely, one of the best things you can gift me is something to do with food. The service was directed from Victoria when the ELL was opened. And the ELL being what? And these moved from Southern to SW2 a few years later. I'm very curious about what time period this would have been. $18 wings when you paid for 8 is crazy. Especially when they're actually good as well. Ah, the East London line. Right. Victoria London Bridge via Denmark Hill doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that was why I was a bit baffled. But it makes sense then, obviously, that doesn't exist anymore. I would take this service going What line was it running? When it was going to West Croydon, I think. I could go past Denmark Hill, not Denmark Hill. Because I used to get it from Peckham Queen Street. Peckham Queen Street. And there you would have the 378s also. So you'd have 378s go past. And 456s as well. I just can't remember for the life of me where both lines would go to and from. It's been such a long time now. For the better as well. In the 2010s. I assume early 2010s, right? In that case. So the trains I would get would go from Clapham Junction, and they'd be on these lines. So whether it was a 378, whether it was a it would be the 378. It'd be the 378. I'm pretty sure we're going towards Clapham Junction now. And it would come this way, I'm pretty certain, and skip the local lines on its way to Denmark Hill, I think. There's still one overground train per week to Battersea Park. Huh. To keep the coach about 2's open. That's very interesting. Very interesting. These are always lines that I was interested in as a kid, but never really got to. There was never a need to really use anything else other than the underground. And so I'd always see here and there southern services, even overground services, to be honest, used to intrigue me. One of my local stations when I was young was West Brompton. And there you'd have both underground, not both, you'd have underground on the underground platforms, and then there was 2 separate platforms for overground and also southern that would go towards. It'd go towards it would go past Watford Junction. I don't remember what was the final destination. I want to say Milton Keynes, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Southern Services used to go to Milton Keynes. But I know we would take the Southern from West Brompton all the way to Watford Junction. I mean, I think it was a journey we only made 2 or 3 times, maybe. But I remember it quite well, as that was, for me, that was exciting. Because up until that point, I'd never gone on anything but the underground. Yeah, Dan, listen, mate. I need that type of favor. I need that type of favor. Overground trains to Clapham Junction use the exact platform. Do they? Okay, so I've confused it then. I've confused it. No, I think no, you're right. You're right. They do because you reminded me. Yeah, from Clapham Junction to these stations that we're stopping at now, for some reason the train used to drive so slowly. I don't remember why. It would drive super slow. And then as it would go towards Denmark Hill now, it would speed up a little bit. Yes. Yeah. It'd go super slow and then just be stopping everywhere. Okay. So what was I thinking about then? Perhaps I was thinking about a different line. I mean, I'm trying to think back over a decade at this point. Literally over a decade. Journeys that just never made again. Just abruptly came to a stop. Ah, only goes to Watford now. Interesting. Because as I was speaking, I was thinking about West Coast Mainline South that we have in the NTSW. And I was thinking, okay, I know there's a southern service that terminates there, but I'm so certain that the train I used to get would go past Watford. But yeah, if they've changed it now, then that makes perfect sense. Was there any reason for them doing that? I guess it frees up the lines for like the 350s, right? And obviously the Pendolinos. I know we're going away from Clapham Junction. I thought we were heading towards it. We're going away from it. So these tracks, so the ones what we're on and the ones to the left, they remain. Are these the same two tracks that are at Peckham Rye? Because I know in Peckham Rye you've got like separate lines. Originally, it was Rugby to Brighton. Wow. That has been changed a lot. Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, that would have been before my time. I would have been too young to remember that. If it even was still going through, which I assume it would have, West Brompton. Because I assume it would have joined the line to Brighton at Clapham Junction, right? And then continued on to Brighton from there. But I don't know how it would have gotten to Rugby. That's the only thing. I never knew these trains had separate brake levers. I assumed they were just your generic one-handle DMUs. Rugby's just further than Milton Keynes. Oh, okay. So then, yeah, it would have still been going through West Brompton. That's why I was slightly upset as well when the Mildmay line, Johannes did the line to, well, he ended at Wilson Junction, obviously, but even the extension is the Richmond extension as opposed to the Clapham Junction extension, which would have gone past all my my local stations growing up. Would have been nice to see in the game. Brighton is just further than where it goes now. East Croydon, yeah. What's your area, Jackson? What's your area? Fast between Clapham Junction and East Croydon, then it's slow now. Not too surprised, to be honest. I guess it just comes down to priority, right? They've got trains that serve Gatwick, so those are going to have priorities. The non-stoppers. And then the Brighton services that only stop here and there periodically. Oh, you're talking about Brixton, Jackson. This one doesn't cut through there, unfortunately. Oh, you're talking about your delivery driver. Maybe you live in like a scary area, Jackson. Well, you know the delivery driver knows if he gets there, he's gonna get robbed. Wait, hold on, Dan. Wait, what are you referring to? I thought we were talking about a restaurant here. Or more specifically, a pub. It's easy to get the slow lines than the fast. In terms of... it would be less disruptive to other services to cross over all the way onto the fast lines. Although the southern services that go to West Croydon do just that, though, if I remember correctly. They cross literally right to the other side, to like the first platform, or last, however you want to see it, at Clapham Junction. Yeah, I've always found this interesting here at Peckham Rye, where you have these platforms and then these ones, and I've never known where these lines go to. I've never known what separates. Let's go to Victoria. Ah, okay. And I wonder where it goes from here onwards. Crossing fewer lines, yeah, makes sense for Clapham Junction. So how do the southern services get away with it then? I guess they're so rare that they come through so well, so infrequently. They end up not being a big deal, probably. Right, Queens Road, Peckham, the ghetto. Well, they're nearer the slow lines than the fast. Yeah, conflicting moves. Southeastern lines go to Lewisham and Dartford, or Catford and Bromley. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So it's where you'd see the 465s then from Victoria, and just generally speaking, Southeastern services. Then I assume. Yeah, true. The thing is, Simon, I don't end up thinking about this stuff in my free time, and I'm just chilling. But it's when I'm like actively experiencing it in a sim. That's when I now become very curious. How so, Dan? I mean, you can't say that they know you out there. Southern services go under the huh? How? There's no like. How? There's no tunnel. Okay, hold on. Let me quickly go on Google Maps and view it because there's no tunneling there. Coming from the West Brompton side. Let me get my satellite imagery. So that's Clapham Junction, and I need to get my bearings. Okay, there's I think is what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's the river. Yeah, it's just like a straight. Oh, I see it. Right. It goes all the way around. Wow, I've never noticed. I've never noticed. I can see on the Google Maps satellite imagery. Right, so 99% of the time that I've gone to Clapham Junction from West Brompton, it's been with the overground, which obviously terminates there. And so it takes a specific path, which is just, it stays above ground. So in my mind, though that was the only set of tracks to Clapham Junction, I didn't know that there was a whole other like fork, basically, that goes underneath. That's so sick. It's actually very, very sick. How interesting. The one time I did take a southern service. Oh no, it wasn't one time. I was gonna say the last time I took a southern service there. Well, I took it straight to West Croydon actually from West Brompton, but it was dark, so I wouldn't have really been able to notice. But back in like 2014, 15 times, I would have taken it multiple times to like Thornton Heath. And so you'd think I would have noticed it then, but I didn't. So in my head, basically, I had envisioned going from the overground line and then crossing over the entirety, the entirety of all the lines to go right to the end. Wow, fair enough, man. I've never noticed that. Turn on that discount because it was me paying for it. I mean, you might as well have. It wouldn't have made a difference to you anywho. And maybe if you ever happen to find yourself there again, you would have remembered you and be like, oh yes, the guy we gave a discount to. That's our guy, you know, our Irish guy. Is it impossible though, Simon? Aren't there like a bunch of switches, like a ton of switches there, that although it would never be used in reality, it would make it at least possible one way or another to do so? Or is it just actually not possible? Also, seeing this view from up there as well on the Shard, all the trains coming and going, is quite cool as well. Especially because it looks like they go inside the building because of how close it is to London Bridge Station. It would be very cool to have London Bridge and TSW, man. It would be very, very cool. Let me have another gander, Simon. I don't know why I tried to flick up my apps like it was an iPhone. Right, that's probably the service we're waiting for. Right, it's not super clear. It's not like super. Oh look, look, yes it is. Oh my god, yes it is. I just had to zoom in. Right, let me try and do a bit of studying. Right, so from those two lines. Okay, so it seems like following the potential switches that I can tell could be set up, the most you'd be able to go is about halfway into the station. I can't say what platforms. I think. What train is that? Is that a Southwestern Railway service? Yeah. Basically, you can only go about halfway down the entire station, down the entire layout. There used to be cross-country trains at Clapham Junction. What? Wait, we were a country, man. We were a country. What happened? What actually happened? That would be sick. Seeing cross-country services at Clapham Junction. Right, let's have a look at London Bridge then. What London Bridge is this? Ah, here's what I'm more accustomed to. No, actually, no. Where? Okay, I know this is set quite old, but they didn't have like downstairs, because from these platforms you go downstairs to the main concourse. From what I recall. All those switches are before platform 1 and 2. Oh no, after there's no chance. Yeah. No. After there's no chance. I mean, there's what's it called? There's buffers. So. Okay, decent. To West Croydon from where though? I'm tempted to do this one from London Bridge to London Victoria, and all station services. I'm gonna try this, but from what I remember with the Goblin route, there's no running sounds at all when you're coasting. I'll give it a go. Let's do this 5-minute one. If it's got that same issue, then I won't do any of those services. So did you go out to eat with them, Dan? The cross-country trains are 47s of Mark IIs. Okay, it does make a bit more sense now why they're why they're not still running in terms of the stock. But I mean, even that, you know, seeing a modern day Voyager or like I would say it would be more likely to see a Voyager than like a 170. But I'd have been happy with that, just because for the sake of it not being common, I guess it would have been something cool to see. From New Cross to Dawson Junction, cool. starting at New Cross. Oh, New Cross. I've been here. What? I used to come here like late at night. My first time seeing this in the daytime. Come out here, and then you've got it's very different. Very different. It's not just the buffers, but the geography. You're from platforms 3 to 6. I mean, by then it would be like between all the switching. Even if there was a way, it would take you beyond the platforms, if that makes sense. Like, it wouldn't make any sense to you'd basically be crashing into the platforms, crossing over. So the only way it would be done is straight after the curve. Basically straight after the curve. Okay, it's got a dead silent coasting. Where it's just literally dead silent. That's why I didn't like driving this train on here. It was just too unreliable. Huh, interesting. Was there anything specifically that made them unreliable? Yeah, there's no joint sounds, nothing. Nothing at all. I know there was an Armstrong Powerhouse pack for this train, but then it was removed from his store for some reason. Either way, anyway, even if it was obtainable again, I wouldn't go for it. So all the people that, call EMUs plastic toy trains, I'm sure the silence is this is what they think all EMUs sound like. Very short run. It would be cool to drive through. I don't know if it's possible in TSC, but to drive through. I forgot what line goes through Canada Water, but it's there that you can basically, if you're on a platform at Canada Water on the overground platform, you can look down the tunnel and see the previous station. Like, you can see the platform for the previous train station. The fact that it conflicts with so many other services. Mandalay has a huge knock-on effect. That is true. Has to cross over so many busy lines. TSW, really? Well, for a good couple of years now, I've noticed many a train. Again, there's so much inconsistency when it comes to train features. But I've noticed that there's a lot of trains. Never in my life have I seen a guard on a 378. So many trains that have missing joint sounds, or just really quiet, or unrealistic joint sounds. Oh, it's back available, Nabil. That's nice, but I'm not gonna do anything with it. Have a look at this: stormy, cloudy, cloudy snow, cloudy, rain, cloudy, cloudy, foggy, cloudy, clear for the first time, and cloudy snow. In this entire list, there's one run that's in clear weather. Now, fair enough, you know, it's London. But damn. Oh, this is the line. I thought so, but then I was confused. On the HUD, it just showed like buffers. So that I wasn't too sure. Right, I'm going to do some... something away from inner London. Okay, we gotta do this one. I've done a fair few of these services already. I wouldn't mind an 801 service as well. Let's do this one. Let's start with that one. Is this the same developers than Journey Mode? Huh? Oh, look at that. TSRs before TSW made them popular. Fair enough, Simon. I haven't noticed. H and Chess plus H. Thank you, Nabil. That's helpful. Keep an eye out for the TSR. I don't know if it's going to appear in the HUD or not. Journey Mode also has rain run. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Listen, I am very content. Well, I'm a lot more content now with Journey Mode, considering the real weather mod does help. Like, even when it does rain, it's not just fog and darkness and a storm. Like, a lot of the runs with the last one that we were doing with the class 142, it was raining, but it was light rain, you know, moderate, and there wasn't fog everywhere, and it wasn't completely dark. Could it have been better? I think so, but I don't know what limitations the devs working with, so more than happy with what we got. The HST. That's what we're driving. Sorry, Simon, I completely missed when you said you bought Birmingham to Crew. Seems like 350 is really quiet. Interesting. It was about the Castle Wolfsburg pack, that's the timetable. Yes. And the A6. The A6 is great, yeah. Yeah. Looking forward to driving it on the upcoming JT route. Gonna get Stuttgart Heilbronn, but I held off. Was there anything in particular that caused you to hold off? Was it like the effort with the liveries, or was there something else? I actually personally had quite a lot of fun with that route. ASR, what are you saying? Oh, really, Simon? Well, it could be good, because let's say in typical TSW fashion, perhaps the remaster releases with some issues. Then by the time you get your hands on it, it should have matured and be in a good place. Oh god. Oh god, that was horrible. It was braking quite well, and then it just didn't seem to catch anymore. I mean, all the coaches are still within the platform, so there's that, I guess. And there's always this channel where you can play it through me. It's the fact that you don't get the S-Bahn services unless you have the Frankfurt S-Bahn for the 423, which I'm not buying. Also had this got a lot of people on console, gameplay textures. Well, there was a fix that was meant to come before the Christmas holidays that they decided to hold back and release afterwards. So maybe that could sort some things out on console. It's weird that the UK hasn't really electrified the railways much. I mean, I know around the London area, there's a ton of third rail lines. But from the little I've seen and the little I know, once you leave London, then you'll start seeing a lot of diesel and overhead line services. I think third rail is just a bit more convenient for a place like London. Nabil, I hard agree, my man. Such a game changer. Like, I don't think I would have ever thought those mods would have been as much of a game changer as they have been. And I think that was mostly down to just not knowing how much could be done with the dynamic weather. Like, with it being implemented by default, it seems so basic, and limited, I think, as well. And now with the weather mod, it almost looks like a completely different system. West Coast Main Line, East Coast Main Line, which are quite lengthy, to be fair. But yeah, I don't know enough to say whether that's it or whether there are more. 706 tickets sold with 732 tickets taken on. That's a crazy ratio. That's an insane ratio. Have you still not picked up Frankfurt? Well, you basically mentioned it, isn't it? Yeah, Frankfurt S-Bahn. At some point, Simon, will you concede with that route and accept the possibility of it never being up to your standards? Or do you think you'll forever hold steadfast in your dedication to not buying it until it does meet your standards? 102 more sold than my mate in seconds, and 107 more tickets. There has to be some sort of recognition for that, Dan, I'm not gonna lie. There are levels. Now 100 tickets over the span of an entire year, it'd be less extreme than it initially sounds, but that's still something to be recognized, man. Still boycott, yeah, boycotting is boycotting is a good way to put it. How much is it on sale for right now? $15,849 kilometers of track, 6,000s. Okay, so roughly, what's that? 35% ASR, 35 to 40%. That's not too bad. We're going to drain his current states at no point. Yeah, that's valid, man. That's valid. Ultimately, that's the goal. That's the goal. I know there are others that buy DLCs for the trophies that they would get, which I'll never understand. Even as a trophy hunter, surely you'd aim to just hunt the trophies in the games that you have or the games that you like, rather than just buying every single game that exists and trying to get all the trophies in them. But each to their own. But I think what the goal should be ultimately is enjoyment. Whether that comes in the form of being challenged, whether that comes in the form of nostalgia, reliving childhood or a childhood memory. So if you're not going to enjoy what you're going to buy, don't buy it. So technically, Dan, should you have just been solely dedicated to solving tickets, you probably would have crossed over. Do you think you would have hit the 1,000 mark? Okay, it didn't come out the way I wanted it to. It does the double turn by itself, so I can't control that. %38.6%. It's bad compared to main in Europe. Yeah, but why is it bad though? What's bad about that? Like, why is it? What's the positive of having overhead lines? Just want an interesting and immersive railway experience, which realistically is what we should all be getting, considering Train Sim World touts itself as that. I do love the British countryside, you know. Always love to see the countryside from whether it's from driving down a motorway or on a train. And also love driving through country roads. I want to experience that route as I know it IRL, so many different trains. Well, I mean, there's different trains, and then there's also different train operating companies, different liveries. And Nabil, remind me, send me a link to it on Discord DMs. Thanks for that. Yeah, because you know, realistically, for a lot of routes in Germany, they're really not as they are in the game. If you watch a cab ride or you speak to somebody who's got knowledge of the route in reality, it's so varied in terms of the train operating companies, like, you know, just the colors you'll see. They're just a lot more alive than how TSW presents them. So much more alive. For me, it's to a degree where if I had to choose whether I'd want real life liveries or even, honestly, genuinely, even unbranded, but using the real colors liveries, prioritizing that over the actual train models that should be there, I would take that. I would genuinely take that. I'm happy to use some artistic license with the trains themselves and use trains that are similar. But a big part of the heart and soul of a lot of these lines is the color. And how many of you are there altogether, Dan, that tend to the tickets? You hate the private operators. How so? Is that to like where does that come from? Like, to the point where where you're happy to have like just everything red instead? That's quite strong. So 5 and 2 of you did over 50%. I'm not gonna lie. You've shown that you're valuable, Dan. You know, you've shown that you're valuable. You've got your track record. I don't know how things work at your company, but I think it'd be worth a sit down with your higher up and saying, listen, I think I should be earning a little bit more. A lot of regions are going to operate on neutral liveries now. Anyway, operator neutral liveries. What would that look like? What do you mean less than 2 years, Dan? Most of Europe has at least 50% of tracks electrified, with the exception of like the UK. Right, but you still haven't answered my question, ASR. You've given us facts for Germany and France, which I have read, by the way. I didn't ignore them, I just didn't respond. But why is that good? Why does that make those countries better than the UK, for example? Doesn't mean that everything has to be red. DB has and has had other liveries. Plus there are international trains for variety. Fair enough, but then it brings us back to the same point though. Because my point wasn't about necessarily liking or agreeing with, or whatever with private operators, but just more so about other liveries appearing in the game. Basically anything other than DB red. I know we've got, for example, Press and the Blue 363 and the Railpool Vectron and 146, but it's not comparable to what you would see in reality. Isn't regeneration possible through third rail ASR? And in terms of higher acceleration, the trains that use third rail, for their purpose, they have all the power they need. There is a lower voltage and so lower power system. Okay, so basically just won't be as strong. I still think that's fine. I think anywhere where there's a necessity to have that power, it's there. Like let's take for example, okay, let's say the Southeastern High Speed route on TSW. When you take the Javelin services from St. Pancras, you're on overhead, and then you get to, let's say, Ebbsfleet or whatever, and then you go third rail. But then you see that everything beyond Ebbsfleet doesn't necessitate that overhead power. The RRX, for example, is an operator neutral livery. RS livery set by the state, and the trains are operated by different. But you mean by different companies? I didn't know that actually. I thought that was just one privately owned company. And so, do the different company TOCs actually have different like RX liveries? Like the only one I've ever seen is the orange, the black and orange one. So are there more? Barcelona subway has even higher voltage and power than third rail. I'm talking exclusively about OHLE. Well, I can't really talk about where there isn't electrification at all, because that's far away from here. But I would only assume, if nothing's been done about it all up to now, it's because either there's no need for it, or the costs associated with upgrading would outweigh the savings. different operators don't have different RX liveries. Oh, okay, just the logo. Okay, okay. I mean, I guess what I'm asking for is just more variety in terms of the liveries themselves. You know, whatever the background sort of knowledge or reason is for the liveries being different. If in a particular route you wouldn't just see red, then I'd also like that to be represented in the game as well. Some of the private liveries are. I would still like to see them represented, for the sole purpose of this is meant to be representative of the real thing. You know, whatever's ugly. Listen, I mean, if we're gonna talk ugly, we've got the cop loper in game. We've got the cop loper in game. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we can't get. You know, we've gone beyond the realms of ugly at this point. I would just like to see things represented as they are in reality. Yeah, fair enough then. Ultimately, you've got leverage. You know what I'm saying? You've got good leverage. So, you know, when and if you find yourself in that conversation, you've got a proper leg to stand on. 5 public transport authorities are involved with the RX project. The operator of the lines is National Express. Huh. For like Farben red transition periods, which is when the Stuttgart Hellbrand item was supposed to be. Right, when they had the mint green, that lighter shade of red, right? Jackson, at this point, go find him, man. I had a friend actually do that. I had a friend who was waiting on a delivery. The driver was still not due to be like at his house for a while. And then he just went and like, because he could see where he was on the map. So he just went to him and the guy just gave it to him. The guy was even like happy about it because he saved him a trip. Hello, Siafi, how you doing? Happy New Year to you too, thank you very much. National Express went intended to operate all the RX lines, but one of the other operators went bankrupt. There's so much in the world of like train operating companies and liveries. Good on you, Dan. Good on you. I mean, you should be throwing the hands this today as well, to be honest, Jackson. But you know, let me not instigate. There are 4 platform deliveries, 1 for each type of service. I don't think there was any good enough reason for why we didn't get those on that route. It was hugely disappointing. It was one of the highlights of the route, and yeah, hugely disappointing that we didn't get that. You have to contact all of the involved transport authorities and the TOC as far as I know who has the biggest say in this. Although, remember when Train Planet had the livery on their cover, and then they were asked to take it down? So it could even be like VR or any of the other ones specifically don't want to be represented in the game. See you later, Jackson. The RX livery looks like a website design from 2003. Kada! Cue the game freezing for a second. Thank you very much for the raid, my man. How was your stream? Raiders, you're all very, very welcome. We are on our way with the HST, not the AP one. Sorry to disappoint. To King's Cross. They said they couldn't layer because the older stock doesn't have the new features, but they can just pin it. I mean, I do question, and I did question even as I was playing it a month or so back. Could they not have dedicated literally one person, or at most 2 people, to tend to that? And how long would that have taken? 1 or 2 people who are good with liveries. How long would it have taken, man? How long would it have taken? I don't think it would have taken longer. Oh, here we go. Wait, that's on the other line, right? That's got nothing to do with our line. I didn't even see the warning for that. The third party can make 353. Right. It's a shame. It's a shame. It really just does come down to effort, ultimately. Wait, the 15's for me. I didn't even notice that was actually for me. I didn't see the warnings sign for it though. Maybe I was looking at it came when I was looking at chat. How to train CFE? There are many different ways to train. Many different ways. I'll take half day Monday or Thursday next week. Half day Thursday as well, or half day Monday and full Thursday. Chain Planet didn't even ask their user logos without permission. There is also that as well. There is also that, but I feel like look how modders do the same thing and don't get shut down. Now, of course, a mod for a game isn't a whole game in itself that people would have bought and paid money for. But it could have just been that, I guess. They wouldn't even have had to do deliveries again. They've already done it. Yes, that was another reason. They had a reason for not bringing those exact trains themselves. They had an excuse. Cool, no problem. So then why not just copy whatever file that they have for the livery and assign it to a train that featured on that route? Ultimately, there's ways, even ways that we can't make sense of or that we know exist. It's just about effort. It's just, I mean, look what your Highness was able to do. because he had a passion, he had effort. Elizabeth Line, DLR, Greater Anglia, actual London buses. This not because they were all already available, and they're not even 100% accurate. But he wanted it to work. He wanted to do it properly. That's it. That's all it takes sometimes. Just wanting to do something properly. He put more effort onto his one route alone than I genuinely think I have ever seen from Dovetail. Genuinely. Really, Kardar? I haven't actually. So I have done this before, going to and fro between King's Cross and wherever the other services used to terminate. And I've done like 5 of those services, so I think I was okay. I hope so, but we're gonna find out. Modders are allowed to use the logos since they don't generate any commercial profit from their work. Really? I actually didn't know that. I thought just to use them in any capacity, you had to obtain a license. Or just trains providing loads of, yep, and not just upon release as well. They've released released multiple liveries as an update as well. That's a bigger collection of trains. Absolutely. They're playing the game very well, very well. I hope they grow a bigger team while maintaining, and I hope this is for TSG as well. I hope these developers grow a bigger team while maintaining the same level of dedication, passion, attention to detail, and all of the other stuff that we've come to appreciate over the months and years. I didn't even know RRX exists in TSC, Annabelle. That wasn't... It's not what you posted recently, right? On our Discord. No, that's 2X. Shame TSG and JT don't do modern routes. Yeah, but I mean, at least from the UK side of things, we've got the modders crew. I forgot their name. Firefly. But you know the way licenses work, it's quite weird. Like they can have a license for one exact specific thing, and then that's it. Like for example, the Freightliner license. It's in the game for like to be put on containers, or let's say like the DRS, the DRS livery. We've got it on the 66 from the engineering pack from Rivet, I think, but they couldn't obtain it for the Class 20 for the nuclear DLC. Probably for the better, to be honest, because that would have been embarrassing. But it's just so silly and how specific it all has to be. Look, Whirlwind Garden City. Where's Els? Where's Els? This is his ends. Gonna be living by a station served by RX again, but I hated using them. Always so packed, unreliable. The stuff's been back up for ages before I've seen it exist. Yeah, but don't DB have the same complaints against them as well? What TOC would this have had if it was branded? You would think so. You would think they have a lot of freedom. But like I said, we've heard some funny things, some very funny specifics when it comes to licensing before. So that would be more of an issue with the trains themselves, right, Simon? Congrats, Dan. Enjoy your early weekend, my man. You've earned it. Hey, listen, you showed up. You showed up. That's plenty. So what would be a solution then to that issue, Simon? It's fair of tons of ICEs, so they can't be very frequent. We are not referring to internal combustion engines, no, Dan. Referring to the Intercity Express services in Germany. (2040). I mean, that would definitely relieve many of the issues. I think that may have been John and IC Lockfury video. He mentioned work that aligns with that, and I wonder if it's part of that project. I mean, it usually is when it's too late, Nabil, that, you know, things won't get done until, you know, somebody dies or there's a serious failure. Until then, the powers that be tend to be quite comfortable keeping things how they are rather than constantly looking at how things can be improved and made safer and faster, more efficiently. You really need 2 tracks for S-Bahn, 2 tracks for Regio, 2 tracks for City Express. Up to and including 2040. As if one express train every hour wasn't bad enough on its own, Dan. That in more S-Bahn platforms at Köln, for example. And I'm sure that while the construction for these updates and upgrades takes place, there will be delays that will make things temporarily even worse. Which will allow more S-Bahn routes, which will mean regional service can be sped up in easy to fit as a year. That's all theory talk. I mean, it's always going to be theory talk, always. But you would trust the people in charge to have calculated things appropriately, properly. You would expect them to be trustworthy, to put it simply. There's always loads of massively disruptive work. I mean, if it's for the greater good, then fine. I guess like at some point, things have been neglected, yes. So it's almost like things have, the issues have stacked up. When it comes to upgrading and making things better, they always have to get worse first. But it's just now, doing it now means they get significantly worse before they get better. It's a shame that we can't trust the people that we really should be able to. Which would be a disaster. And yeah, that does put a bit more into perspective how dire the situation is. Like you look at, for example, Paddington to Reading. I couldn't imagine the high-speed trains being slowed down by the local stoppers. Yeah, so it's basically being stuck between a rock and a hard place situation. How have we found a way to put Simro into this, Nabil? Even ASR's managed to hold back today. Pendants share the same track as freight regional services. I mean, yeah, you do make a point. You're not wrong. I wonder if it's that way in reality. But it wouldn't be as bad, isn't it? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Simrail inflates a lot of the services compared to reality to make up for everything that's missing. Two trains per hour. Goodness me. Two trains per hour in anywhere that's not completely remote is it's just not going to work. I've crossed this bridge a great many times. It's always a good spot for a good place for train spotting. Or is it that one? It's one of them. One of the bridges. Still looks pretty similar today. There's the Arsenal Stadium. Interested to see what that looks like. This thing's really quick. Honestly, better model than most stadiums I've seen in TSW. 2 trains per hour is good for most places, but not this part of Germany. And also 3 trains per hour S-Bahn on that section, but they have their own tracks. Even 3 trains per hour seems pretty lackluster. They use the wrong sounds for this as well. It would be likely if we're comparing it to what we've seen so far. It would be very, very likely. Just had lunch, ASR. What did you have? All right, Dan. I'll be live till about 3 o'clock, mate. So. Oh, no way am I going to spad again. I'm not slowing down fast enough. It's close. Jesus. How did that happen then? How is that invisible? How does that even make sense? Why is there an invisible wall? That's what we're waiting for. Oh, soup, nice. If you want to, ASR. Cardar, it's already happened today, mate. Where I really didn't want it to. And I would appreciate that it doesn't happen again. And I know it's on me. But, you know. It would be nice if the game had mercy. I did do a route yesterday where I was at a red. That should have been red. It was meant to be red. And then I asked the dispatcher if I could go. And the dispatcher said yes. So he said, okay, let's go then. Let's move. And then I went maybe for 30 seconds. And then we derailed because the switch wasn't set properly for us. Not a switch that I could change either. This is an interesting texture. I completely forget about these views. Would have been nice to experience a bit of it. Was this meant to have a 3 double track? No idea, mate. He said they haven't done it yet, but it's not money-wise appropriate. No, I didn't say that. Is not meant to be directly profitable, and the other issue is US exists. They'd certainly benefit from electrification, but not if American big diesel all the way. When was the last time you played it, Nabil? How long has it been? There's another tunnel there without tracks. Number one, this is TSC. Number two, this was a little while ago. So, whether it's due to the game not representing it properly, whether it was not so in the time periods, couldn't tell you. My trust in TSC has gone down day by day. I said that potentially it could. The reason for them not having done so is because they wouldn't get a return on investment. Basically, it would be not worth investing the money that they would need to invest in electrification compared to what they would get back. Also, don't be so confident that profit doesn't have anything to do with it. Trust me. In an ideal world, maybe. Not in the real world. Especially not in the UK. Why is this completely silent? Surely it would make some sound, right? Even if it was on CWR. Take the empty train to Bounds Green Depot. Switch cabs. And then wait for your booked departure time. You will then be routed by the slow lines to Bowes Park. I never know what to do with the brakes. Spinner Tornado, hello. So much better than TSW in your opinion? Be grateful to God that you haven't been around the last couple of days, my friend. How are you doing? It's been a while. I know the DRA isn't active. Been playing a bunch of Steam era stuff and tasting incredible. Really? I was enjoying some Steam on the, I don't know how you pronounce it, Buchen line that recently released. That was a good experience considering it was my first proper go. My first proper go at Steam, and also my first successful experience with Steam on TSC. How like accurate everything was, I can't really talk to that, but I've always been led to believe that TSC did Steam better than TSW, and so I felt fairly achieved. It's just kind of backwards that there is no electrification. I agree in a sense of backwards, as in anything that's created now would be electrified, but not in a sense that, oh, that's so bad. How are they still running diesel on this line and that line? Like, there's a reason for why. If something's still the way it is, then there's a very high chance it's because it works the way it is, and there's not a need for it to be changed. I do think that mainland should be electrified, which was not the case in the UK. It's not. But if up to now, they're still not, the ones that aren't, then it's because they don't need to be. No, I mean, I think that's a subjective opinion. I don't think it's facts. Yes, there are benefits to electrification, like you said, higher acceleration, better regeneration. But in terms of what's happening on the line itself, are the trains running on time? Is everything in order the way it should be? If so, what would be the need to fork out however many tens or hundreds of millions to make a change that didn't need to be? I recommend checking out some of the stuff by Caledonian Works. They make extremely high quality British Steam. Of course, it's some routes first. User created maps is also high up there. We'll bear that in mind. We'll bear it in mind. I think it would be cool to try out Steam working in as realistic a way as is possible, and then get a true taste of the challenge that Steam really is. It's not an area that is super interesting to me, but there's no denying it would be quite a good experience for sure. So yeah, I'll definitely be bearing those names in mind. The issue is you always need more, don't you? For one thing, you need something else. You can get one good thing, but you won't get to see or experience how good it really is without this other thing. And you'd be lucky if it was only just one other dependency. Mainly for regen is the capability to feed back to the network. And I'm pretty certain ASR, the savings from that would not be worth the investment into creating that in the first place. Nowadays, the need to electrify every line, but it's expensive, which is the main issue. If it was cheap, it would be a no-brainer. Realize how much it actually slowed down. I'm doing very well, thank you, Nabil. How are you? Because you've been here for so long and now you ask it. Which usually implies that it may look like something's wrong. But I don't think I've shown anything to that. You forgot to ask. Fair enough, man. I appreciate it regardless. I'm not looking forward to work tonight as I usually am. Like, I'd rather not. I'd for sure rather not. Maybe it's because I took a week off. That's why they roll you in. You have a headache. I've had a headache come and go for the past 3-4 days. Yeah, make sure you get plenty of water in your system. Not too much screen time. All that good stuff. How can I compare this to TSW so far? There are things that make it better than TSW, and there are things that make it worse than TSW. The content that I've played through, which hasn't been like selected for any particular reason aside from alphabetical order, has been not great. Not great for a multitude of reasons. Ultimately, to have an experience on TSC better than TSW, you need to fork out a lot of cash because you need to get third-party quality products. Armstrong Powerhouse, Caledonian Works, was it that you mentioned before, etc. And then, of course, the mods, weather mods, track mods, whatever. So you need to fork out a lot. If you're just going to stick to the default DLCs that you can just go and purchase on Steam, it's very, 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 very hit and miss. Whereas, generally speaking, with TSW, yes, with mods, you can have a much better experience, no doubt. But the general experience is better. I find myself missing a timetable. Like with these runs, you'll go to career or the standard sub menu, and you do those runs, and you can't do them again unless you're happy to just do the exact same thing over and over. Whereas, let's say with timetable mode on TSW, you've got you've got a world that's more alive, and that you can enter at any time or place and have whatever experience you want to have from there. Obviously, there's a plus in being able to walk around and a couple of other things, but then the same way there's all those benefits to TSW, with TSC you also have, and this is arguable, but I think I found in my experience, generally speaking, better performance, no stuttering, for example, longer routes, more stock, which obviously makes sense with the game having been out for decades, but more stock, longer journeys. You're not limited to what's like Dovetail's general limit, like 60 miles or something, 50, 60 miles, or is that even kilometers? Whatever. You don't have that sort of hard limit. And sometimes, with mods, the game does look graphically better, in my opinion, than TSW. The weather especially. Timetable mode is a huge plus, and yes, layering as well. That's another thing. What even is the difference between standard and career scenarios? I actually don't know, boss. Maybe you don't lose points doing the standard scenarios, whereby you do in career mode. That's a guess. Yeah, that makes sense, Spinner. For that type of content, yeah, definitely makes sense. Especially now when you go to third-party developers and use actual high-quality products for that era. Well, yes. I mean, you're stating the obvious there. Performance-wise, there's definitely a benefit to electrification. Absolutely. I mean, you look at cars. I mean, I've driven like an electric Nissan Leaf. Well, you put it's electric. You put your foot down, Nissan Leaf or Tesla, you're gone. Obviously, not the same way, but The principle remains very much the same. It's a steep descent into the yard. HSC was intended as a stopgap, very much a second trace. Really? Wow. That I didn't know. It's not to be amazingly brilliant. Crazy. Yeah, that's the thing, Spinner. I think if I was someone who had played the game from even just anywhere in the 2010s, I guess, but probably no later than, let's say, mid 2010s, I'd probably have a very different view of the game. But with TSW being the first one I played properly, playing TSC after that was always going to be... TSW was always going to have the advantage, basically. ASR, I don't think anyone's arguing that diesel is better than electric. I didn't see the full conversation between you and Spinner, but I don't think anyone's making that argument. The argument that at least I'm making is that cost-wise, it's not cost-effective to switch the diesel main lines to electrified main lines. Long term, what, decades? Going into a century? Bear in mind, there's a cost in disruption. Disruption is a cost. How are the services that are running fine going to be disrupted during these works? The money that's going to be lost due to those disruptions. All the money that's going to be paid out in any compensation because of those disruptions. Oh, they weren't joking about a steep descent, eh? Oh, snap. Ultimately, is electrification better than diesel? Yes. Is it worth the cost of ripping out everything that's going to be ripped out? Deal with the issues that come with that for electrification on something that works perfectly fine now as it is? Absolutely not. There was a time when Dovetail gave a crap. That time existed. Sounds like a fable. It's really good TSC add-on. I think my dilemma is having entered the TSC world as late as I have. Okay, if I've been playing it, like I said before, from, let's say, the latest mid-2010s up until now, perhaps then it would, you know, bit by bit, I would have bought this here, bought that there, built a bit of a collection up over time. Whereas to achieve that now, I would have to go all in. And, you know, with TSW being there, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, everything I have now has been bought in a bundle. Aside from London to Waterloo, or I think that genuinely might be it. Oh, no, sorry, the South London lines as well. That was a DLC that I had bought alone. Aside from that, all the German routes, maybe I know the Chatham lines as well. Those I bought myself. I think one or two would have come with a bundle though, but one of them I think I bought myself. Buchan line I got given the key for by DTG. Everything else was bundled. Every single other thing. So I haven't really invested like, in as much as I have 4 pages worth of content, I haven't actually really invested hard into any of it. And even with good content being available, like the AP stuff, like I forgot the German, the good German dev, but you know, like stuff from that, it would be great. But then what's the longevity, right? If I buy a Loco DLC in TSW, then I have a timetable to explore. I could simulate a bloody 8-hour shift if I wanted to do that, right? There's basically almost infinite possibilities, and due to layering, maybe that Loco DLC buffs up 3 or 4 different routes. So now there's even more of a variety and choice. Whereas here, it's very limited, right? Any run, no matter how many times you do it, it's going to be the same. Going to take place at exactly the same time with the same weather. And yes, I can hop on Quick Drive and change up the seasons and change up the conditions and change the time. Compared to a timetable mode, it's very, very limited. Very limited. For TSC, Simon, for TSC I did. Now, don't get me wrong. There was a time when I didn't, and I had 400 gigabytes, no exaggeration, over 400 gigabytes of TSC content. And because of the way it worked, it was a mess. Things were broken. Some things didn't load. Some things didn't play as they should. I was spoiled for choice. Like, I you know, it was just very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. So I've removed all of that content, and everything I have here is, you know, legit. I don't mind giving my hand at the something here to end it. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom trip, but I think we'll end things on the Great Eastern Main Line and see what that's like. Whether it's gonna impress me or not, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to be coming to it negatively, but it hasn't been fantastic so far. I'm still happy to just drop TSC for something better, be it trade related or not. You know, yeah. So cool. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll see you guys in about a minute. All right. Something in decent weather would be nice, I think. Don't we agree? So we got the 360, the Zero, 360 EMU, and the Class 66. Right, stormy weather, clear weather, 70 minutes as well. Will take us nicely to 3 o'clock. Hour and a half run, clear weather as well. 55 minutes. I think this one sounds good. Be driving a semi-fast service to Braintree. Can't say I've ever heard of Braintree, I'll be very honest. I have Spinner. I have, and I have like actively downloaded some, played them. Uh, they don't give as much longevity as I would like, in my opinion. Is something wrong? This doesn't have like an outside view camera? Okay. I believe our headlights are on though. Right, depart in Liverpool Street. Or not. Pantograph wasn't up. Was that literally it? Or is there more? What am I missing here? Hello, monkey. How you doing? I mean, yeah, you remembered well. Pantograph was down. However, okay, it's working now. I'm not sure what I did differently. It's part in Liverpool Street, which means we'll fly through Stratford. And I think a few other stations as well. On our way to Shenfield. No, no outside view because I'm underground. Really? Even with all the space that we had around? Did not know that was a limitation. Okay, apparently our lights were not on. When were these taken out of service? Because there's a train that I've been on, and I don't know whether it was this or not. And I took from Stratford to Romford, it would have been. ASR, the country's also incredibly tight, mate. And they act as if they're very broke. Until it comes to supporting other countries, but that's another topic for another day. Oh, no joint sounds? Eee, rough. Okay, we're just stuck with the motors. I'm starting to see more and more why all these routes were bundled. Probably when doing well on their own. Lovely day though, at least, I guess. These trains now do the Luton Airport Express from St. Pancras. Huh. I didn't even know there was a Luton Airport Express. Only thing I've seen at St. Pancras is the bloody Javelins. And obviously Eurostar. Possibly withdrawn from Great Eastern around 2020. That would make sense then. So yeah, I think I have been on these. As a matter of fact... no. They did not have this interior. That is like the interior of my local bus when I was younger. No, it would have been a different service. I was talking about the UK ASR. This sentence I said was confined to its own thing. That they're very tight in spending until it comes to giving other countries money. Is this a prison? Certainly built like one. Old school Stratford before the Olympics was the absolute ghetto. Absolute ghetto. fair play to how quickly they've completely turned it around. They also did the Heathrow Connect service into GLB remaster shooting 350s. So they're basically 350s without an end door. Ah, I did see a comment that basically said exactly that on the forums. Maybe it was you. I did want to take a look around Stratford briefly, but signal's got me tweaking a bit. There's, I think, where the swimming pool is. Here's what now is the West Ham Stadium. Decent representation. It is the first group mode kit, yeah. But it's also exactly the same as my bus used to have. The UK's really fell off. Oh, what Spinner said. Well, it's been significantly more obvious in the last decade to 2 decades. And being the age I am, I can't really talk about, you know, pre-birth. But from what I've experienced, yeah, it's been a decline. It's been a relatively, like, I don't want to say unnoticeable decline, but, you know, fairly minor compared to the past decade or so. More than that. More than a decade. Good brain food. Whoops, there you go. I'm not sure what we have in front of us. Could just be a stopper. I'm going to toy with the idea of streaming in the evenings on Friday. It definitely won't be happening on Saturday. Because there have been a few Friday nights where I've gone to work without taking like a pre-work nap. And I do feel it there, but I survive. What's this, Maryland? This place right here, if it is Maryland, was instrumental in my life changing. This is the last run, Nabil, for today. It's an Ipswich service that we're behind. I can't imagine an Ipswich service being a service that stops regularly. Unless it itself may be behind another one. Bro's talking about some Fortnite. To be fair, I could have uninstalled it the other day. I was looking at my storage to see the damage that Microsoft Flight Sim had done. And I saw that Fortnite was taking up 86 gigs or something. And I kept it. I kept it. Which I guess is indicative of how I feel towards it. So maybe I'll jump on it today. Maybe I do jump on it today. I won't say no. I won't say it's not gonna happen. I also won't say yes. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll do some flying today. I found another video, another cool like tutorial video for the Cessna and VFR flights. I started watching it yesterday, but I didn't really have much time. I was watching the last episode of Stranger Things with the missus. But I've got some time now. I've got some time. I mean, it was 2 hours long. And I started watching it at like the cusp of my bedtime. So I was not going to have any time afterwards to continue watching it. This morning, woke up a little bit late. And I could have watched it this morning, but I won't lie, it wasn't on my mind at all. Is this my darling Romford? It is. I thought so. Cool. Lot of history. Lot of history. Anyway. I don't know, did you? I didn't say anything funny. I assumed you just used it sarcastically again. You guys who have a lot of history with Train Sim Classic, or even may not have had history but feel like you have an answer, what would you say is the top best route? I won't say what makes it the best, because I think that could be pretty subjective. And if I specify, I could maybe sway what you would have said initially. But yeah, what's a single? It could be a DCG, it could be a third-party route, whatever. Just the one route that you just know, yeah, this is nothing will top this, and you use it as a standard. Harold Wood. Harold Wood. Oh, did I? I didn't intend to. I remember hearing, like, I don't know whether it was for this season or the previous one, that all the episodes were meant to be like an hour and a half or something. That would have been cool. Like every episode being its own movie, basically. Can't say I was 100% content with how things went, but there are going to be apparently a ton of spin-offs. I'm looking forward to them. Spin-offs are usually quite heavily hit and miss. But there are some good ones. I think Better Call Saul was a good one. I enjoyed that. That was a spin-off of Breaking Bad. There was another one as well. Oh, is that a movie? But that wasn't as memorable. Is TSC really that bad? Or is there just nobody watching anymore? Not a single person has given me the best TSC route. Nah, we got a few. We got a few faces still around. Maybe I just don't play TSC anymore. No one's interested in it. I don't think I'd replace TSC with TSW. I think it would make sense to do something like an ETS2. I almost have to because of the investment I'm going to make into it. And if I'm going to be consistent, have a game that I'm consistent with, I think ETS2 would be not a bad shout, to be fair. Riviera in the 50s. I've got a classic Riviera line spinner. I've never played it. I don't know what area it's in, but I know there's steam in it. Is it the 50s? I don't know. I think it may have been a transitional period. I don't know, because I'm pretty sure I've seen steam on it, but I've also seen some DMUs, which leads to me being a little bit unsure. JT's Midland main line. Okay. Has that got like multiple parts to it, Monkey, or is it just one? Frankfurt U-Bahn and Hamburg U1. This is that stop and go style. Okay. That could be worth a go. So that at least the only memory I have of the Hamburg subways isn't what Subway Sim 2 has put in my mind. What's in Steam content? Any recommendations for like 2000s and above, 2000s and newer routes? And that was a mess of bits and extensions. Is there a way, Monkey? So let's say hypothetically I had everything, all the bits and bobs. Is there a way to do like one long run, do the whole thing in one go, for example, or would it be broken into several bits? Like, I'm really trying to give this game a chance, man, because I know there's potential in it, but I need to seek it out. Not sure. No worries, mate. No worries. Could do some research on it. Mighty Shenfield. Termination point of the Elizabeth line. What are these even meant to be? Like what? There's not like a bike stand here. There's no one. There's not like a group of people standing by these bikes. What is their purpose? What are you? I do love my clickety clacks. What are we doing here? It's basically a situation I was in at Liverpool Street, and I don't know what I did to get it moving. It just sort of started moving of its own accord. Ooh, 85 minutes on a stopper. Right, I'm not quite sure how to get us moving again, boys. Pantograph is up. It hasn't like come like fallen down or anything. We're in forwards. Why has this gone to like emergency brake? Why has this gone to emergency brake? Well, even if it did, Monkey, I've cleared it. Okay, it's come back now. It's not moving. Pantograph is still up. says 0.00 amps. It's like it's not receiving any power. Or is that just because I haven't applied any power? I've now took the pantograph down and put it back up. Horn still works. I mean, it seems like it really should just be straightforward. I go into like minimum braking and it just goes like right into emergency. Unless its movement has nothing to do with the actual input. I don't have an F5 HUD. Go on F1 HUD and then F3 and F4. $55 kilometers. That's amazing for like a subway route. Right. It says I've got the direct brake on. How is there a direct brake on this train? Engine is on. Anyway, engine is on. But here's the thing: this weirdness did occur on at Liverpool Street, and I don't think I did anything specific to fix it. So look, now it says that the train brake is an 100% emergency, whereby I've only got it on the minimum. I don't know. I know it's a bit. I've changed the opacity of it, but it's basically like minimum braking. But the game's reading it as 100%. Right now, I've actually put it on emergency. What? So I had to put it on emergency manually and then come out of that, and that sorted it. What could be the what could be the reasonable and logical explanation for that? Just now in a bill or like some time ago? At least I guess if there was a train ahead of us, that would have slowed us down a bit. That's long gone. Oh damn. The boy was not locked in. Oh my god. I did it again. How can I just get a response from Deliveroo over a complaint I made over 24 hours ago? And then when I've tried to go back to the chat to respond, it doesn't exist. That's unbelievable. Let me take a look at it in a bill. Damn. And it comes with both of the branches as well. Fair enough, man. And the sounds, assets, etc., all good quality. Subway Sim devs asked the guy who worked on the TSC sounds to create them for their game because the DC5 initially sounded terrible in Subway Sim Hamburg. I mean, I can respect the humility, but it is a little bit concerning that they don't have, I guess, the right brains in house. Because now what? Every time they want to expand to a new era or create some new content, be it a train, be it a route, a whole new route, whatever it will be, they got to keep going to different people and saying, hey, can you help us? Can you help us? Because what if those people say no, or they want to charge some ridiculous amount of money that the devs and the company doesn't want to pay? So now we're just left with like a mediocre product. This is why they need to just open the game up for people to make their own routes, for mods to come in. Because to keep relying on the in-house devs themselves and them alone, it's just not something that works anymore. We've seen it time and time again. That's exactly what they're doing. That's very concerning. Very, very concerning. How, you know, companies and studios worth hundreds of thousands or even millions can't do what someone, you know, what one individual who's passionate about the subjects can do. It's so disappointing, man. Like, let's take, there are some games where modding changes the game and what you can do in the game and with the game, and I think that's fine. But if we take TSW as an example, the vast majority of the mods for TSW, it's like the modders, it's like the DTG are bashing through a wall, and the modders have got, you know, dustpans and brushes and are just cleaning up behind them, every little mess, cleaning it up, every bit of dust, cleaning it up. It's almost like you've let a child take care, you know, take charge of a product or a project, sorry, themselves, and all the little mistakes they're making, you're just, you know, quietly going behind them and cleaning up and patching up things here and there. Are you still talking about electrifying lines in the UK, ASR? I thought the topic was over. In order to answer your question, I would have to have knowledge of every single line in the UK and the current sort of situation of them, and it's just not something possible. You'd have to do like internet research to get your answer. There's not like some big projects that the whole of the UK is undergoing, like the German one that Nabil and Simon mentioned earlier, the 2040 plan. There's nothing like that I'm aware of. So it would have to come down to regional, to specific regions and areas, and what the local plans are there. Yeah, you'd have to research it. I couldn't tell you. To my knowledge, there's none to my knowledge. But like I said, my knowledge doesn't cover the entirety of the UK. Braintree. Actually, I think I have seen Braintree. I've seen it on a motorway sign. I I think I have seen it. It's never really stood out though. It is a funny name. I don't like it though. It's weird. Not sure what the history of it there, whether it actually had anything to do with brains or trees. But even if it did, surely there were better alternatives. We should have been departing our next station now. And we're still 5.5 miles away. So it's cool starting like a mainline run from either end. The fact that they started the East Coast mainline or created the first section of it and didn't make it start at King's Cross, I think is criminal, man. And yes, King's Cross would definitely have been a monumental task, but you know, a bit of effort goes a long way, you know? They made London Victoria work. They've made Frankfurt work. Some may of course argue that, but ultimately they did it. They could have definitely done King's Cross, especially as Johan is like modeled the whole station with 801s, and there was something else he had coming out of there. I don't remember. And his route had nothing to even do with the East Coast Main Line. I think that's very telling. Sure, that's not a yellow, right? It is. How? Surely it's not a case of something being like put out in front of us, right? Because of our delay. TSC doesn't have that smart of a dispatcher, does it? Or is this just a red signal specifically tied to this instruction? Like what still occurs with TSW to this day. I think it may have just been to slow us down to divert to the left here. JT sell it as a base plus extensions. Seems to have the standalone version. Okay, so it'd be better for me to then purchase it via Just Trains themselves. I'll look into that then. I know you can also go from King's Cross up to, is it Edinburgh as well? But I don't think that's possible to do in one go. I mean, it would be ridiculous to do so. I have watched an entire run of that though. I don't know if anyone's heard of PTG Rail, but he basically makes like guides on how to drive certain routes HUDless. Well, he was doing it for TSW. I don't remember what he was doing for TSC. I know he was doing a lot of TSC content, but I don't remember what the premise of it was. And it was during a period where I had severe eczema all over my body, and so I would wake up at night just itching. I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep because my whole body would just be in pain. And so I would put on a video and just watch it. And they were very enjoyable to watch. He was very knowledgeable about pretty much everything. And I think I watched that entire run, London up to Edinburgh, I think in 2 goes. Definitely good content to keep the mind occupied. I don't know how quiet this branch line is in reality. But surely, you know, squeeze out the fences a bit. Bring this line to the left. Make space for another one. And there you go. You got a bit more traffic. The other channel never watched a video. Yeah. Hey, I mean, he doesn't make content anymore. I know he was working as like a paramedic, I think, or something like that for a while. But yeah, he seemingly just disappears without a word. Although I don't like follow him on socials or check like his YouTube posts. So maybe he's still about. Maybe he's given reasons for his absence, because he took quite a hiatus and then came back for a bit, and then went away again. 4 routes exist to get you from King's Cross to Edinburgh. 87 merge if you own it all. Oh, so it is possible to do it in one go. Crazy. Even when I watched the video of it, there were like about 3 or 4 times when he switched routes. Yeah, TSC being TSC. It's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. I really do feel sorry for the people that live outside London but work within London. Number one, they have to pay a ridiculous amount to travel. Number two, like let's say you live somewhere along this line, and you know you're in a country. There's no but it's not like there's buses every 2 minutes. If you even have a bus service, Uber is probably non-existent around here. So let's say there's an issue on the line. The OHLE here has gone down or whatever it may be. How do you get home? Or even worse, if it's in the morning, how the hell do you get to work? No way this entire thing is single track. I do sometimes like the range of sounds that you hear playing this game. TSW is very linear. You have what you have in the game and that's it. There's not really any exploration beyond that. I like what this offers. And that's why I think it's one of the many reasons why there will never be a definitive answer to TSC or TSW. I mean, to be fair, Simon, people have done it, and more people are willing to do it. That was before I had a phone. I mean, that's kind of like the more the reason now, because at least now you can put on like a podcast or listen to some music or even watch a movie or something as you're plodding along. I've heard some things that are done in reality. I've heard some things. I've spoken to many a train driver. It gets interesting. It gets very interesting. Clone the scenario and edit the clone, the save scenario is disabled to stop people from editing a scenario in their favor. The career scenarios are supposed to be a level playing field across the board because of the point scoring leaderboards. What? What's the context, Nabil? Because that alone doesn't really make much sense. Oh, Simon. You'd be surprised. Oh, editing a career scenario. So basically, you can't. So you can only edit the standard scenarios. And many routes don't have standard scenarios, as we saw at the beginning of the stream. So then you're left either play with what we forced you to play with as we are forcing you to play with it, or go and create a whole new scenario by yourself and put it in the Steam Workshop. Do we have SDO here? Because half the train's still hanging out the platform. Okay, not half the train, but, you know. Of course, you've got SDO. It's TSC, not TSW. Although, it is starting to be something that's seen more and more. No surprise the scenario files are read-only. Yeah, makes sense. It's really not worth the hassle, man. Really not worth the hassle. You want to know the workshop? There used to be a guy that would watch my TSC streams when I was playing it before, who was working on some very interesting scenarios. Would have been nice to give him a go. Don't know if I have got all the content for him, but could have got them one way or another. Because I've seen like some really good ones that like Carter's played. I don't know whether they were workshop or what, but I would have to assume so. Just so many different TOCs. Seemingly quite a busy railway. It's pretty cool. Alright, not too far now. Got Braintree Freeport and then Braintree itself. Honestly, with a car, I'd have no issue living out here, man. No issue at all. No, maybe it's a touch too far. I don't know. I just remembered how far we've gone, but also how fast we've been traveling. So how fast we've been traveling and for how long we've been traveling for. We're quite far from London. Used to make loads for MSTS. I don't know if I missed out on much not playing MSTS. Thing is, PC gaming just wasn't a thing. The only person I could have put me onto is my dad, and he just was not. Zero interest in games, anything to do with gaming. Absolutely zero interest. And we didn't have a PC that could play games anyway, ever. First PC capable of playing games was the laptops I had. I felt like I did a lot more than I should have been able to. Some great stuff with it. I mean, the way people still talk about it to this day with so much admiration, I think speaks a lot. Speaks a lot to what it was for its time. Considering we had that ridiculous issue with getting the train moving, we're only 4 minutes late roughly. No, Bill, it's still tomorrow, boss. I'm still playing this tomorrow. I'm still giving it one more chance. Look, you're not checking the schedule in a Bill. You've exposed yourself. That is so old school, Simon. So old school. Good times though, man. There was so much excitement to be had from just grabbing a box off a shelf and just looking at the front cover and then flipping it over and reading everything there is to read about it, looking at all the little pictures. And you know, if there was a manual inside, oh my god. You'd read that like an encyclopedia. Next week TSC is dead. It does seem like we are going towards that way, ASR. However, wait, Simrel would be the week after, right? Maybe it's given way. It's given way to Simrel to resurrect. Yeah, yeah. I think honestly, potential is my keyword monkey for just about every single game I play, mate. There's no game I play where the potential is fulfilled. 13th, yeah. So it would be the week after then. Ooh, it'd be the week after. Right, fellas, and any potential lasses. I'm gonna leave it there. Let's see who's streaming. I don't think Card is streaming anymore, right? Well, I mean, he raided me, so I would assume it'll be a while before he's live again. Potential lasses. Right, I need to also vet. Yes, ASR. I need to also vet who we raid because I'm sick and tired of follower only chats. Right, I'm the only person streaming TSC. Okay. I don't know. No. There's one more. What's he up to? Alright, it looks like he's deving. Maybe doing some complicated stuff. Nah, yeah, I'll leave it there, I think. I'll leave it there. I'll let you guys claim your afternoon and do what you like with it. Or your evening. Or your morning. Whatever it may be. Is in Dutch? Well, the guy in chat was talking in German. So, I don't know. Typing in German, sorry. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow for what potentially could be our final TSC stream. Not ever, but for now. Unless somehow I discover some magic. Alright, ASR, maybe then I saw wrong. Unless I discover some magic tomorrow amongst the content I have. Or, if there's anything that you guys have that would be beneficial, that you could slide my way, that would be fine. Okay, ASR, it's fine. Okay, maybe I saw wrong. It's cool. I believe you. You're good. I believe you. Well done. Yes. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe I got it wrong. It's cool. It's okay. So yeah, regardless, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your Friday. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe. Health is wealth. Until next time. Peace out.